Very good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
Very good evening. Can you hear me? Right? I hope you can hear me and also see my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, ready to go then. Uh, yeah, if you can remember, we just remember ourselves of what we have done the other day. We started with rate analysis, if you can remember. We go to workbook here and or not this one, the civil one, but you have the workbook here, and then we inserted a rate breakdown using some material prices and labor prices and equipment prices, right? So all these are uh, populated in here, constant, right? Under constants, and then we also have rates. If you need rate library as a rate BOQ rates, or you can have material rates as a historical data. So you can use these rates, but when you make a when you let's say when you uh, build up rate, or you can just use the BOQ rates if you have certain rates already calculated and in an Excel sheet. You can convert into a CSV file and then can be brought it to here. And then you can use those rates when you price a BOQ, right? And when you make an estimate. So that's what we will learn. And after that, we have learned how to do a count, right? Manual count and as well as auto count or bulk measurements. So that is where we stopped, and then we discuss about this what do you call duplication, right? So that is where I stopped, and we'll start from there, right? So yes, so we have uploaded two drawings. One is this, and then we have used what you call as invert function to remove all the unnecessary lines, and we wanted to have only the symbols here, electrical light fittings and power sockets and outlets. And this is what we have done. And then we have measured there 13 ampere switch socket outlet. And then we have measured 13 ampere twin switch socket outlet and unswitched spur outlet, right? That is what we measured from there. And then from this one, we measure fans. If you can remember, we measure fans here. You can see here. And one gang switch, right? And I have measured some lights also here. You can see here, right? You haven't done that, I know. I have measured this one as well. Just to show you something, before I go into this drawing, so while I'm here, right? While I'm here, normally you don't mix power and light fittings, but you can have a small power in a separate folder, and then you can create another folder called light fittings if you want, right? So the fan, light and let's say fans and light fittings and switches you can put into that particular folder, right? I just wanted to do some experiments, that's why I did that. Anyway, now we had a small issue with the overlap functions or duplications. Identifying duplication the other day, right? I still have that issue, but I'll also tell you some other things that you can do now. For example, when you do bulk measurement, Control Shift and click, right? It will select the entire symbol here, right? The CostX will search the symbol to match and then say, I have this many numbers. So that's why you've got 85 numbers. sometimes if your drawings are good enough, you will get all items selected, or otherwise, sometimes you have to do a little bit of, I would say, um, searching function, because sometimes according to the quality of the drawing, CostX will not be able to pick up similar items in one go, but you might need to try. If you have huge number of items like this, it's always better you do a small search whether CostX has picked up all these symbols or not. Right, you need to find out. Right, so now in this case, symbols will be highlighted like this, right? So that's normally what happens. In order to double check manually whether certain items are duplicated, I can introduce this way. Now, for example, I have measured 13 MP switch socket outlet, and also I have measured double socket outlet, right? These are double and these are singles. You can see these are single and these are doubles. Okay, I'll stick to that. Now, if you double click on this, please follow me. If you double click on this, here, instead of circle, I can change this to, it's a triangular or a maybe tick. Right? I'll change it to a tick. So what happens right here? Yeah, all correct, right? And update. And then I'll go to this one here. Double outlet. Okay. Here also I will change it to maybe a cross or maybe a triangle. I'll go to another color perhaps. This way. Okay. Right. Now I'll just turn off the video. Right. Still, it gives us a single thing. I should be getting something like this. Let me show you. The same thing, right? I have measured outlet like this. You can see here. I have measured outlet from this triangle, tiny triangle, and one gang switch, sorry, spur outlet, sorry, twin from a duct. If you go to, so this is what I have assigned. Now you just double click and you can see here I have changed this to actually at the time of measuring. At the time of measuring, it's better to select uh, something from here. Maybe start or maybe star or triangle or tick or cross. Right? What you can do is you can start from here and let me think whether this is working here. I'm going to change this to, let's say, cross. Yeah, you can see here. You can see it is changing to cross now. Right here, if you take, I have taken a triangular, tiny triangular thing as part of the measurement here. You can see I have used a triangle here, and if you want to change it to cross or maybe diamond or anything, you can still change it. You can see it is changed. Now if you want to see, so can you try that one in your measurement? I'm using a previous batches drawing actually, but you know what happens in my one, it didn't work out. Can you try that? Whether this symbol will be changed? Can you double click and change the symbol here? I want to show you something. And here you can change to something else, dot or cross or something. Because I'm giving intentionally, I'm giving different, let's say marked up for different symbols because I want to see manual duplicates, right? If this function doesn't work, if it is working definitely in the commercial version, okay? And you can see the manual duplications if you do apply this method. So you can do that at the time of creating the dimension group. You can change, especially when you do the counting, you can change the symbol here, right? So it will reflect what you have selected on the marked up drawing like this. Usually it should work, but in our version it doesn't work for some reason. But can you double check in your version this is working? Can someone tell me, is it working? Can you put into the chat box? No? Does it? No? Can you change the symbols?
In new dimension group can.
Yeah, since you have already created.
Yes.
Okay. Now we learn something here. Let me show you something now. Good. So now you know when you create the dimension itself, right, at the beginning. So let us change this to uh, any of the marking here. Okay, so that will reflect here. But remember in my previous version, right, I had the previous version of CostX and I was able to do that even later. Now you can see I have changed the symbol here without any trouble. Correct? Right. So let me say this is 85 numbers and this one twin I have 150 number. Let's say these two, I'm going to count by mistake as single. Okay, I have already created. I have already counted. You can see these two. I have counted as single as well, and also double. You can see here double. Now what you want to see is when you do this electrical. Now you can see this item has been double counted. This item has been double counted. You can see manually. All the others, you have only one count, but here you have two counts, you can see. But unfortunately, for some reason, this overlapping thing is not working. It only works with the line mode, as you said like last time. But because you know what happens when you do the control shift click, right? It automatically select the entire symbol. So it goes to a line mode. And when you are selecting the line mode and do a duplication, and it will show you. Like last time what we discussed. So in the line mode, the overlap function will work. But let me show you how this overlap function can be utilized in other modes of measurement. Not only count. Now count, yes, you can do this way. So you assign a different symbol for this and different symbol for this. It's always better. Even without overlapping function, you can, when you click everything, right, you will know uh, duplications, correct? Right, how to select 61. Let me go back and come. Right, right. You can see here. And when you select this one and this one, you can see double counts. Right. So somewhere here. Yeah, we can see double counts. You understand? So manually also you can check double counts when you do the counting by selecting different marked up for different symbols. And you can use overlap function also normally, but for some reason it doesn't work with the point mode here. But I will show you something else now. You can see how the overlap function will work when you measure the area. Right, I close this one and I open the one that we have been doing for the for the foundation. Can you open your foundation measurements? This one. Can you remember we measure this? Yeah. Can you open this? We prepare the BOQ also. Correct. I just wanted to show you the overlap function will work for the areas without any trouble here. Counting, yes, we had a small issue, but still you can overcome that one by selecting different symbols for different um, item accessories. Now, for example, let's say we have measured F1, sorry, foundations. Huh? We have measured foundation F1 here in area, if you can remember. These are the F1 foundations. Okay, let's say F2 foundations are measured here. Now what I am trying to do is, I hope you have opened this, okay? I measure one of the F2 as F1. Okay, one of the F2 as F1. So I go to F1. I'm going to measure F2 also as part of this. Right? How do you measure? Go to now dimension and use point mode or any mode. Right? I measure this area also as F1 by mistake. Okay. You can use any mode, no problem. Right. So I measured if you can remember, F1 quantity was I undo this. I undo this. How to undo this? You delete the dimension. I'll do it again. Okay, now it was 17 cubic meters. Now I'm going to measure F2 as F1. Right, F2 as F1. Done. Okay, I use the line point mode. Okay. Now I have measured F1, F2 also F1. Right now, anyway, you can identify manually. There's no issue. Now I just want to show you how the overlap will work. Now I'm going to use the entire concrete function here. Right, I have used the entire folder. I have selected the entire folder and say overlap. Okay, here there's a small issue because we have the PCC. So let us take only the footings. Let us select all the footings, right? And say overlaps. Now you can see how it works. You select all the
Building
footings.
පිටපස්සේ දොර
Uh,
ගාව බිල්ඩින් එල්ලලා තිබ්බ. මං කීත් නෑ බලන්න. ඒ වගේම තමයි මේ මිනිස්සයා. මොනවා හරි
Anisha,
කරලා
I hear a voice. Okay, thank you. Right now you can see I have selected the footings. Why I have selected the concrete entire folder here? Because I have measured PCC. So there are a lot of duplication because I have measured the entire thing as PCC. And then if I measure, uh, if I select footings, and there will be a lot of duplication. But within the footings, I just want to find out any duplications are there. Of course, there are duplications because I have intentionally measured F2 as F1. Correct? Now it is showing as overlapped. So it's working. Now I'm going to come out from this, right? Now you can see I have measured F2 as F1 using the point mode. Now I am using the linear mode. Can you also follow me? Right? I'm going to measure again F2 as linear mode or line mode. Or use that control shift if you can remember. Right. Again, I have measured this and I'm going to select all the footings and say give me overlap. Still it is there. So it works with both functions. That's what I'm trying to say. It works with line mode, no point mode. It should work. Right? In our educational version, for some reason, it doesn't work with the point mode when we are doing the counting. Right? Don't worry, we have a solution for that. The solution is, of course, as I've shown you. So when we first introduce the dimension group of power sockets, so we will also introduce some sort of a demarcation. So if you have two demarcations on the same symbol or same item, then of course there's a duplication. Okay. Right. Can you try this one and say it's working? I'll give you 2 minutes. See, measure one of the F2 as F1 and then click on the overlap because you have to select all the footings. Then only it will show you the duplications. So I want you to see how the duplication will work. Yeah, Tusit has got it. How about others? Guys, are you okay? You get this? Dushan is here. Aruna? Normally, good. Normally, you don't have to, like, if you are vigilant anyway, you don't make a mistake like this anyway, right? Because when you select the entire, forget about the overlaps, right? When you select everything, you can see they are not overlapped because we will, especially when you do a bulk counting or bulk measurement, that is where probably there could be some duplication, right? So that's where we need the function overlap here. What I was trying to show you is, of course, it works for counts and it works for areas as well. Assuming that you have measured some finishes in a building and you have measured, let's say, particular, let's say, dining room for two measurements. Let's say finish type F1 or finish type F2, both. And then obviously you can see any overlaps, right, when you select the dimension groups like finish types. Right, good. So I'm going to remove that duplication now. How do you remove the duplication? Okay, go to overlap. Now you know, okay, this one has been overlapped. What is that? F2. Go to F2 now. Right. Uh, now, yeah, you have to come out from overlap. Okay. Then only you will see. Now F2 has been measured. Yeah. F1 has been measured. Now, one of the F2 has been measured as F1. So I will remove this one by taking the mouse here or cursor here, right click and say delete dimension, delete selected dimension, not all dimensions. When you delete all dimension, the entire F1 will be removed. We discussed all these things before, right? So select dimension or go to the measure dimensions here, right? You go to the dimensions here and you know which one it is, right? You know the last one. So you can just delete from there also. Yeah, delete dimension. Yeah, you are back to 17 cubic meters. I hope it is understood now. So area overlaps, count overlaps, you can identify very easily. Right, so I'll come out from this. I'll go back to MEP now. Right. So and I have shown you one item, one more drawing here, right? Switches we have measured from this. You can see here, switches. Right, let me see whether I can change the symbol here as well. Now it doesn't work like that. All right. So it has to be at the time of creating the dimension group. You can change, right? So you can see here, it is changed here, but it doesn't work like that. Even though you have updated this has to be that way. And then we have this one here, some light fittings I have measured, right? But actually I changed that one, it works. Yeah, you can see. So there's something to do with maybe drawings, I don't know. You can change it now in that drawing, but not in the other one. You can see it works. For some symbols, it doesn't work. You can see for the gang switches, you can see here. Let me double check again. Let's say diamond. It doesn't work. You can see. Why? Probably when I created the dimension group, I have already selected one of the symbols. Now, when you created the symbol, you can change the symbol. That's not the problem. Maybe you can change you to a ticks to another box or maybe cross or anything that can be done. But when you do the first count, if you have not selected any mark, then it is difficult to change. You are not able to change this. Okay, so we have a learn a lesson there. Right, so we have measured this. Now you can see some of them have been marked that way because I have later changed this. That's why you can see the tick box. Others are not changed. You can do an auto count by creating a tick or box or cross. Then you will see those symbols here. So it's good for double counting to find out whether any double counting has happened. Right. So I'll move on now. So this is counting on the CAD drawings, which is easy. Right. You can see how fast you can count. Now I counted what do you call this bulb today because I just want to check this double counting, overlapping thing. Now you can see this one I counted 445 in no time. It took only 2 minutes. Sorry, maybe 2 seconds. And let us count this one, for example. Okay, let us count this one. This one. I'll create a dimension group. I know you don't have this drawing. It's okay. I just want to show you. Let's say this is a 2 by 2. Let's say fluorescent or forget about my spellings. Okay, fluorescent light or something. Anyway, those things will be given. Here, I will pick uh, yeah, because of this count, and then only you can change this. Okay, let's say I change to tick across, right, and I'll select a different color as well. Okay, it's a gold color or red, orange. Okay, and I did that. Now I'm going to count this. Okay, as fluorescent. Right, what I do, I take this one, Control Shift, select. You can see I have counted all of them. Whatever the numbers here, 12 numbers I have selected. You can see here. But still, Let me check even with this. This could be the reason because I have different color here. Now it doesn't still click like that. Still it gives the color. So it is to do with some drawing property, I believe. To give a cross or a tick or whatever is not happening here. Even though at the time of creating, it does not give that. Anyway, I'll leave it that way for the moment. I have created default display count. Yeah, that's correct. All correct. But when you do manual count, let's say, for example, if you want to count something else with this, right, it will give us a cross. Let's say by mistake, I'm going to measure this one, right? And let's say I'm going to measure as point. Now you can see it goes as a cross, right? Here, it doesn't show that way. Anyway, counting automatic is that control shift and then you give the symbol, right? Again, I will do that. I'll remove that. I'll remove that. Again, I measure right here. So it's point mode. Actually, the point mode or line mode doesn't matter. What it does is basically when you do control shift, it will match the symbols. So that is why this line mode and point mode is little confusing here because it will match the symbol, the image, and say this many numbers we have, right? So otherwise, what will happen is if you just click one by one, it will be like this. You can see manual. It will be like this. There's no problem with that. It is like that. But when you do automatic counting, obviously the entire item will be selected, right? You can see. So I redo it. And I'll remove this now. And you see what happens when you do the mass counting, right? It will, right? So it doesn't matter whether line or point, it will select the entire symbol. Control Shift, you can see here. Control Shift, right? It's like this. Okay, I'll do it again. Control Shift, Enter if you add. It again. If I use Control Shift and then click, Now I'm in the point mode, okay? Now let's say I'm in the line mode. Now it goes as this way. If I am on the point mode, it will give you like cross, cross, cross. If I am in the line mode, it will select the entire symbol here. So that is the difference. Right, then you can now if I was in the line point mode, you can see whatever the symbols we have as assigned, and then you can double check the duplications very easily. Right, so I'm moving from here. I hope it is understood now. Control Shift when you use, if you're on the point mode, you can get like it's like singles. If you are in the line mode, it will select the entire symbol. If you're on the point mode, it will select that cross that we have selected from here. Yeah, cross or whatever the selected mode. Right, you can practice that. It doesn't necessarily have your, I want to give you any drawing. You can select any of the electrical drawing and use with line mode, and it will give you the full symbol. If you go to point mode, you can select the marked up symbol, right? And then when you have point mode, of course, then manually also you can check whether you have duplicated, because you can see on a particular item there could be two symbols, right? Measurement symbol. Is that clear? Okay. Now moving on. Right. So let us now okay, counting on a PDF drawing now. Now this is counting on a CAD drawing is easy since we have the Control Shift and then Enter. Correct? So it will capture similar items and give you the numbers, and then you can drag and drop into your BOQ. Now I'm going to do a counting on a PDF drawing. Right. So let us upload. Let us add this drawing. Dimension, add. Sorry, drawings, add. Can you add this drawing with me? Add drawings, and then let me go to drawings folder, right? And then you can add a PDF drawing, Muscat Hotel. There you have something called ID drawings, okay? And then Muscat Hotel. I hope you will follow me. In the BOQ and drawings, under a subfolder called Muscat Hotel, and there you have a subfolder called ID drawings, and there we select PDF and use 202 here, this one here. Open. Right, and I will say FFNE. What is FFNE? Let's say furniture. Okay, let's say furniture. Because that is one area that you will be doing counting. Furniture, and also sometimes centrifuges. Not sometimes. Centrifuges will be counted again. Right? Wash basins, WCs, or any other accessories, right? What do you call hand dryers, toilet paper holders, floor galleys, all this will be counted in a BOQ. So you can apply this function to any of these items, okay, in the BOQ, including furniture. So let's say furniture folder, I would say You can say you can create a folder called furniture. That is for the drawing, okay? So it will create somewhere here a separate drawing called folder, furniture. And title. Here, there was a question from one of the students last week, right? Remember when you add the drawing for the first time, if you select inches or feet, inches basically, feet when you select the project, you will have to select the main dimension there, feet. And in the drawing, it has to be inches. I will further clarify this one when we measure the reinforcement. But for now, you select the millimeter for the drawing. But when you first create the project and the building, you create the base unit as meters there. So you can work with meter and millimeters there. Or if you select inches and feet, so you will see feet and inches when you do the measurements. So make sure when you first add the measure at the drawing, you select the base unit of measurement as millimeters. Okay, but in this case, it doesn't matter because you are going to count anyway. But I just wanted to mention this one and say insert. Okay, fine. Now I have created a domain, sorry, a folder called furniture, and I'll put this furniture drawing within that furniture folder. I hope it's clear now. Now you can see here. Right. Now you want to count, let's say this symbol, maybe single seater chair here, because it's again a count. There's no legend given here, but let's say I'm going to select a chair here. Okay. You can see it's a chair, a revolving chair, whatever you call it, and table. Normally, you should have some sort of what do you call a schedule even for this furniture. So according to the schedule, you measure. Like let's say C1, C2, or table 1, table 2. So the sizes and everything will be given in a separate schedule, right? So same way, let's say we have this and we want to measure how many coffee tables are there, or how many tables are there, or how many revolving chairs are there. Okay, that's how we are going to measure. And you have two-seater sofa here, maybe one-seater sofa here, and you have two coffee tables, right? So you need to measure them, and round table with four chairs, right? So you need to measure like what we did in light fittings, right? Now, how do you measure, or how do you count this furniture in a PDF drawing? AutoCAD drawing, that's not a problem because we always can use Control Shift and auto count, correct? Whether you can use line mode or point mode, so it will reflect the cross or maybe the entire item. So we have just learned that. Now we are going to measure, let's say we are going to measure this coffee table or maybe chair. Okay, so what do we have to do? Now we have to create a folder, a dimension group in the dimensions, right? So what you do is add dimension group. So what do you want to measure? Let's say you want to measure um, what do you want to measure? Let's say sofa. Okay. Sing. No. You want to measure a revolving chair. You will have a symbol normally. Revolving chair. Size. Everything will be given in a separate schedule. So let's say for the moment revolving chair. Maybe let's say a symbol has given revolving chair type 1. RV RC1. Revolving chair type 1. Okay. And folder. Now it is not electrical small power. I'll make it as furniture. Actual loose furniture. Okay. And I can select if you want. Okay. I have to measure as count. This default display also as count. Then if you want, You can use a tick or triangle, let's say. Okay, fine. Done. Now you can see I have a revolving chair. 0 numbers, we know we have not measured anything. But this is how we are going to measure. Now we are going to measure this part, this item here. You can measure like any other way, like go to the point mode and say 1, 2, 3, 4, right, 5, 6, and so on. There's no issue. You always have the manual method, okay? 1, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and so on. You can see 11 numbers here, and you can see my symbol is also there because I use a point mode. Okay, manual counting. So that's no issue, right? I don't want that way. I want to count like what we did in AutoCAD, right? So I'll remove this. Okay, can you quickly do this one first to have some sort of feeling? But can you do it manually? Maybe 5, 6 chairs. Create a dimension group called revolving chairs in a folder called furniture. And I hope you have uploaded the drawing. Drawing is AD05202 under ID folder. I'll give you 2 minutes. Just count. Because counting is different from PDF to AutoCAD. That's why I'm trying to show you. Counting from AutoCAD drawing is that is the most easiest way. Because you can use Control Shift. Are we done? Right. I'm going to show you now how to do the auto count. Okay, good. So I'm going to move on now. Right. So I'm going to delete these dimensions. Delete dimensions. Right. So I'll start again with 0 quantity. Now I'm going to measure this one. Now you can see in PDF drawing, you don't see, right? It is now you can capture the images under this tab called auto count. That is also possible, right? You can capture this one as an image and ask CostX to count or match this symbol. That is more relevant when you have PDF drawings rather than AutoCAD drawing, because AutoCAD, of course, you can quickly pick up those symbols with Control Shift function. You don't have to go to auto count function here. Now in this case, right now you see you are going to measure this chair, right? Now let's try this out. Now you are in this particular dimension group, right? And try with Control Shift, right? Try with this Control Shift. Doesn't give anything, right? You just click, it doesn't give any number because it can't match with the PDF. For a PDF, you have a different technique. That's what I'm trying to say. For a PDF, you have to count to this auto count here, and you have to capture the symbol or capture the item that you are going to measure. Right. First, so you are in this revolving chair, okay, and then you have to click on this auto count tab, okay, and say capture. You see what happens. Now you can just capture this one. Let's say you have captured like this. But then you know you have not exactly captured the chair. You have captured part of the table also. What you can do is you can do some editing here and say, I don't want this part. Okay. How do you do that? Let's say you have a eraser here and you just erase, because otherwise it's very difficult to match. It's a wrong, so you don't have to, you can just erase this. Okay. So otherwise you can um, okay, let's say this. Okay, now let's say you have removed unnecessary thing and say okay. Okay, now you can see. Or otherwise, let's say you have not done proper capturing. What you can do is you can do proper capturing again by doing this way. Maybe now you can do a proper capturing. Or maybe not, I'm not happy, right? Again, I do. Now it is pretty much okay. Only that line. This is the only thing. Okay, so I'll do a bit of editing here. Um, yeah, yeah. Now it's perfect, right? Now I have no issue. So I have done this now. Okay, now what I need to do is, you can see, I'll explain these two sliders. We call it sliders. Okay, but I will do a search now as it is. So I have selected the item that I want to measure and given an image to CostX now. And I will now tell CostX to search. Here we go. Now you see, similar items have been now captured. How many numbers? I have, okay, now I need to do one more thing, right? So I did a mistake here. Now again I need to capture, I need to capture. I'll tell you what the mistake I did, then I have to remove unnecessary lines and say okay and say search. Right. Now you can see Now you can see there are few items that I want to measure, but it has been measured as it's like, okay, you can see the green ones. Green ones are the ones that are 100% matched by CostX, and then they have indicated some similar item, but they are not sure. CostX is not sure. So it is asking you to accept. If you think that this is also what you measured, right, you have to just click. Right, so it gives the user a second chance because it is not sure to CostX whether this was also part of this measurement. Right now, all done. Now all done. Okay. Now we have measured everything and it's all good. So what do you do now? What do you do now?
Save.
Yeah, you don't have to save as I, right? Now you have still 0 numbers because this is not over yet. Now you go down, you have to say save accepted. I didn't do that again. I have to do because I have time has passed. Okay, so I'll do again, and you have to say here down, save accepted. Then only it will go to the dimension group because it gives the user. Because sometimes CostX can make a mistake because it is matching the images here. Now, unlike in AutoCAD, right? It is matching an image. So you give this image. Sometimes the chair is in another direction. So some chairs are on the other directions. So sometimes CostX and also can get confused. So that is why it is giving yellow color for you to confirm. Yeah, that is part of this. So that is part of the same equipment or same chair. So when you accept those chairs, then you can say save accepted. That is one method. I will show you again. And you can also try this out now. So can you try this out, capture? Or you can select some other chair. Okay, it doesn't necessarily be this one. You can select this one. Sorry, not properly captured. Again, I'll do. Now, perfect, right? I've captured and say search. Can you follow me? Right, now you can see there are no yellow ones. There are no yellow ones. Everything is 100% sure. Now you can say accepted. Now, save accepted. Done. Now you can see the numbers are here, 25 numbers. Now you can see I have given this triangular thing here. So I can change it to any other, let's say, cross, and that will be reflected here. So that is there. You understand how auto count will work with PDF? But I will show you something else later. So you have to capture the image that you want to measure and say search. And then you have these two sliders. I will show how it will work with a different symbol. And once you are happy with what the CostX has selected, you say go down and you say save accepted. Then the numbers will be appeared here. Right. So can you count revolving chair 25 numbers first? You can select any number, right? When you select the image here, you can select any image here. And then sometimes you will have yellow ones. So yellow one you have to manually accept. And then I'll do it again. Okay, I'll do it again because this is very important. Last time we had a small issue like here, right? So I need to, yes. So I need to do a bit of editing because I don't want this. Right, and say OK, and then say capture, search. Right, then you will see yellow ones. So what you do with this yellow one, you have to just click because because it is CostX is not sure. He is asking the user whether it is to be accepted as a chair. I will say yes. So it is giving the user another time or another chance to check because CostX is not sure about it. So you have selected it. Now you can see, okay, I think I did a mistake there by selecting. Let us not select it. I just want to show you how the slider will work, okay? Okay, we'll work with another item. Then I will explain the slider. Also, I'll accept as it is, and I'll measure another item to show you. Right, it's 50 numbers now. It is the duplicated because we have done it twice. It has to be 25 numbers. So I just wanted to show you the yellow ones, how to accept. Right, so remove duplications. Right, so you can see here 25 numbers. Now let us measure a coffee table or maybe a sofa here, single seater sofa. Yeah, let us measure coffee table quickly. Right, so you have to create a folder called, sorry, dimension group called coffee table. And it is not area, it is a count, right? You can count, let's say you can use diamond, right? So that's all. Right, you are going to use this coffee table. You can do it manually, that's not a problem. Or you can use auto count in PDF. Right, you capture this. Let's say you have captured this way. Okay, let's say you are not going to do any editing. You're not going to do any editing because there's a line also here. You can see I'm not going to delete this line because I just wanted to show you, okay, something. Let's say I've taken the coffee chair with this line also. Let's say by mistake. Okay, fine. And I'll say search. Because you learn a lot of things by making mistakes, isn't it? Right. I think it is very straightforward one. Everything is matching. No issue. Okay. Right. There's no issue because this is easy to match. I'll take a sofa. Okay. I'll say save accepted. No issue. And you see the numbers, 11 numbers. And you can see here, coffee tables are measured. Right. I'll take a sofa now. Okay. I'll take a sofa. Right. I hope you will follow me. Right. So do a coffee table measurement and revolving chair. You have done it already. And I'm going to measure one of the sofas here. One seater sofa, let's say. I just want to show you how this slider will work. Now I'm going to create another dimension group called one seater chair. One seater chair. Of course, there will be code numbers and all. when you are doing it really. And furniture count is here, and then you can use maybe cross chairs or whatever, maybe different color if you want. Done. Right, you are going to do auto count again. And you are going to capture the image here.
Oh, the machines.
Right. And you are going to do some search. Right. Now you see what happens. I'm going to show you something now. I'm going to change the slider because this is show matches above. Right now, if I change the slider while I'm keeping this, I know I have measured properly. This is correct. But I just wanted to show you when I move the slider, you know what happens. Now you see what happens. My sensitivity decreases. It will capture some yellow ones which are very close to the, or which are, let's say, 80% matching or maybe 60% matching with the sofa. You understand? When I keep the slider here, my accuracy goes down. Correct? And you can see here, my auto accepted above. That is also you can change. Normally, auto accepted has to be at a higher position, and also matches also should be, you can see, at least 80%, right? Maybe 60%. Now what happens when you have 80%, it will select only these two so far because it is facing this side, and it doesn't pick these two, so it is not correct. So I have to reduce my accuracy a little bit so that I can capture those things also. I think original one, I can't remember what it was, like somewhere in 50, 60, right? Original default position. So you need to keep your default position, but if you want to change, you can change and match and remove some of the items. You can see here. By removing this way, you can remove some of the items automatically. And then let's say you set up 80% or 60%, keep it, and then you can click, say you are accepting those two as well. And then you say, I accept it. That is one way. But accepted, this one also you can change, right? That has to be at a higher point. That has to be at a higher point. You can understand. So normally I don't expect you to change these sliders, but use manual confirmation. If you have any doubt, yeah, yellow ones you can manually accept so that it will give you the count. And say accepted, and you see here 4 numbers, correct? These are the 4 numbers. And that is how it is when you count from PDF. Okay, can you practice that one as well quickly? Coffee table you have done, and now revolving chair you have done. One-seater chair. Okay, take an image and then search, and then just move the sliders and see how it will work. But I don't recommend you to change the default position and then save accepted. It goes to here. So you can count light fittings or anything in PDF in this way. If you have electrical drawings as PDF, this is how you have to do it. Because control shift function will not work with PDF. But if you have in AutoCAD, you don't have to count so far in this way, right? You can just do the control and shift and select one of the item, and it will match. It will give you the count automatically. So it is all about AutoCAD versus PDF. Counting is the same. In AutoCAD Control Shift, you can count anything. Furniture, what do you call, toilet accessories, toilet fittings and accessories, and then electricals, light fittings, power socket, CCTV, access control, you name it,
Oh,
you can measure anything. But in PDF, this is how you should be doing.
measure
PDF little
electrical
difficult,
channel.
you can see. PDF it is little difficult. It takes time, but in AutoCAD you can do it very fast. Now still when you mesh the image, even PDF is still very fast, much more than manual counting. Right, are we done? Just drop me a message. You can use this one with AutoCAD also. Right, let's finish this first. Right, just drop me a message if you're done. Furniture counting. Very good, Malinder, Dushan, Tosit, as always. Good. Right now, if you go to AutoCAD drawing here, right, if you want to measure, let's say WZ, this one here, you can still do that, right? But this is an electrical drawing, so your water closet will not be shown properly. And I'll do another light fitting, or maybe switch socket here. Okay. Here I have not measured any switch. This one I have measured from the other drawing. Yeah, what I will do is I will remove this one. We have 130 numbers. And I'll measure from this. Right. So let's assume that I have created another dimension group for this drawing. Okay. For this drawing. And what I will do is I will remove all unnecessary line by going layers, and let's say I will select the switches here. Okay. And say, go to drawing and say invert. So I have the switches, right? Right. I want to measure these switches now. There's not much switches in that particular building, but I'm going to measure this, right? Not using control shift, but using auto count here. Again, same way, right? Same way. Capture the image, right? And say search. Okay. Now you can see these single ones. These are not captured because it might think this is a different symbol. This is a different symbol. They might think rather than having three switches together. And also this is not captured because probably it might think this is a different symbol because this is going right hand side, this is going left hand side. So there could be some sort of difficulties in identifying this one. So what you can do is now you can reduce the what do you call sensitivity. You can see now you can capture them. You can see when you bring it here, you can capture them. You understand? And then say again search. Right? And then you can accept manually. If you are happy with that symbol and this is what you are looking for, you can say you can. But the problem is here they might use this as a 1, not as 2 or 3. So I need to understand what is this symbol actually. It is a 4-gang switch or maybe 4 single gang switches, right? And then we have to count as 8 numbers here, not as 2 numbers. And here another 4, 12 numbers. So you need to be careful there as a quantity survey. You need to be careful, right? Now let's say uh, let us only accept these single ones, okay? For clarity, right? I'm not going to accept these 4 and then say save accepted. Right, now we'll see how much, how many. 14 numbers, right? These 14 numbers have been captured. Now I'm going to change the thing here to tick. Yeah. Right, because what happens when you do the image matching, sometimes CostX will not be able to identify what this is exactly. So you as a user, you need to take a decision. So in a way, it is good that it is giving you a chance to verify. Otherwise, it will take as 3 numbers or maybe 1 number. Then it is not going to work out, right? And then probably you can add if it is single and it is not matching properly, you can give this as 1, 2, 3. Manually, you can add 1, 2, 3. Right? I think that way is better, much better than making a mistake by CostX. You can add manually. But when you do control shift, everything will be taken. Now you understand 35 numbers. All are captured. Right? So always remember you cannot 100% rely on CostX or any other software. As a quantity survey, when you do 2D measurements, guys, can you mute your microphones? Side, your microphone is not muted. Right, thank you. Right, so now let us do control shift what happens, and you have 30 numbers, 35 numbers. I'm going to remove all 35 numbers. Okay. Okay. Have you practiced this first? So let us give you 2 minutes to practice this and get the 35 numbers. So I have counted switches, okay? Single gang switches. using auto count function. You can also use Control Shift and see how it will work. Has everyone got 35 numbers? All good? Right. I'm going to do the auto count now, different way. So I remove this from the dimensions. I'll do it again. Yeah. So I deleted. Now I have 0. Now I'll do auto count. How? Control Shift. I'm in the point mode or line mode, whatever. Control Shift, click. Let's go to this. Control, click. Right, it's not been selected. All good. Count, count. Control Shift function is not working here. Let me come out. MEP. You're measuring MEP. I know why. Because I have created this one for this drawing. So I'll remove this one and redo it. Okay. I have created, if you can remember, I have created these 1 grand switches for this drawing. That is the reason. So I'll remove this one and create, because I need to select this particular drawing when you select the dimension group. So I delete the entire dimension group. So I'll redo it. Okay. While I'm here, I will create a dimension group called 1 gang switch. Finish. And then count. count. Let's say star. Right, now let's see. Okay, now I'm on that particular drawing, and then I'm on that particular dimension group. Now Control Shift. Line mode. Why it is not happening? Let's go to drawing, show all. Let's take another item. It works. Controls. Yeah, it works. Right here. I think the way it has been drawn, it's 3 lines. 1, 2, and another this thing. So that's good that we have measured this because it's not a single object drawn in this drawing. So that is why it is not getting selected as a single thing. Let's try with this. You can see this one is separate one, this one is separate, this one is separate. That is the whole issue. Okay, that's why this counting auto count with the image will work for this. It is not drawn as a single thing. Now, okay, now it is working. Now let's say another one. Okay. So Control Shift, you have to select this one here, and then it will work. Yeah, correct. Okay, but then it doesn't capture this. You can see some of them are not captured. Now, for example, this one is captured. That is because of the drawing issues. Which one we have now just captured here? Yeah, if you take this, Control Shift, it works. Now only 24. Now you can see why. This is not working, you can see here. This is not working. Now let us try Control Shift this one. You can see here, it's not working. That is the problem with the drawing. So you have to do it manually. Line mode, or you have to be here, right? You have to count manually what is not captured automatically. Then only you can add to this. So those are the issues with the drawings, drawing errors, or drawing inconsistencies, I should say. Right. So you can use auto count, or you can use Control Shift and what we normally used to do. But then you need to make sure everything has been captured or not. If something has not been captured, of course, you need to add manually, like what we discussed the other last week also. Right? Can you quickly do? We had about 35 numbers, right? When we did the other way around with auto count image matching, we had about 35. Right? Can you practice that as well? We had the same issue with single switch socket outlet, right? There were certain items that was not picked up with the Control Shift. You had to do it manually. So same way. Right. As far as counting is concerned, that's all I have to say. Counting on AutoCAD or counting on PDF. You can use Control Shift in most of the cases for AutoCAD, and also you can use image matching through this auto count tab here, whether it is AutoCAD or PDF. Right? Mostly PDF there's no option but to use this, and then you can use the what do you call sensitivity matching sliders so that you can pick up what you want, and also manually if there's any doubt, yellow ones you can pick as you can make it green and say accepted. Right, then the count will come to your dimension group. Right, so that is all about counting. So when you say counting, you can count now doors and windows, you can count um, columns if you want, you can count how many items you can count as per the method of measurement, as per the principle of measurement, right? For POMI, for example, or SLS 573 here in Sri Lanka. So many items that has to be enumerated as per the method of measurement. Plenty of items in the electrical bill, right? Like if you take electrical bill here, this is a typical electrical bill, starting from the distribution boards, right? All count, right? All count. You need to measure length of the wires, cables you have to measure. If the cable path is given, you have to measure the cable length. That won't be a problem because measuring length is not a simple thing, not a difficult thing. You know how to measure the length. Okay, and then numbers, all numbers, isolated, you name it, right? Even the point wiring is in numbers. That's why you can see we have measured this now. Single 13 ampere switch single outlet, double outlet. We have measured all this thing, and then to match that you have cable and conduiting, same numbers, and then you have GI trunking and all that is in linear meters, and luminaires or light fittings, all in numbers, right? Different type L1, L2, or L3, or whatever, all numbers, and then switches, all numbers, right? And then CCTV, light points, all numbers, everything you name it, it's almost numbers in electricals, other than the cabling. In MEP, of course, sorry, mechanical, central fitting will be in numbers, and then pipes and everything will be in linear meters. So that is what we are going to look at now. So I'm not going to include these dimensions into a Excel sheet that you know already, right? You have the workbook if you want, right? For the other one, you have the workbook for the civil part, right? So you can create a workbook here as well for MEP part if you want, or you can use the same workbook if you have if you have uploaded all the drawings in that particular project. But now we are working on a separate building now. So we don't see that workbook. If you have to create a workbook, you just create a workbook called MEP, and then copy and paste, and then drag and drop like what you did in concrete section. Right? I'm not going to discuss that again because you have plenty of knowledge to do that now. Right. Now, how to measure pipes? So I'll move away from this counting thing now, and we'll measure, or I'll explain how to measure pipes. Right. For that, can you upload this drawing? Water supply drawing. Right. So just add this drawings, add drawing. Come to Muscat Hotel and water supply here. There's a folder called water supply, and can you uh, is it CAD? Let me go to 58. I have two similar rows. That's why I'm just worried. Was supposed to be DWG drawing. You guys have DWG drawing. Yeah. So there's an AutoCAD drawing. Can you add this AutoCAD drawing here? And you can use the layout. Mm, we will use model. Isn't it? Again, yeah, model. And I will say what supply. Okay. Yeah. So let's say this is a very simple water supply. I will give you the principle. Right? There's no point of measuring very complicated pipelines. But when I give you the principle, then you will understand how to measure the pipeline. Simple as that. Okay. Right. So this is the drawing that I want you to upload. That is WS85203 AutoCAD drawing. Um, WS. So I have marked as, let's say I will say CAD. Okay. For me to understand, that's all. And you can see the measurements are in millimeters. Update. Now, what is the first thing you do now? When you now counting, you don't need to do calibration, right? Now you need to do a calibration because we are going to measure length now of certain pipelines. So this is common for water supply, drainage, fire, you name it, everything. Okay. So I'm not going to do fire separately, water supply separately, uh, plumbing separately, rainwater separately. No, there's no point, right? I will give you the principle of how to measure pipeline. So you can measure any pipeline. That's all. Similar to what I have done with counting. Right? Counting, you have a good understanding now. Right. Now, what is important is you need to calibrate this. So let us do the calibration. We all know AutoCAD is not that difficult to calibrate x-axis because we know it is 1 to 1 always. It's 5,300. I'll say okay. And you can apply to y-axis as well. But we'll double check. Okay, we'll double check with one of the measurement. Measure distance and see whether it is fine. Yeah, 2.250. Fine. So it's done. So can you do the calibration? So I'll pick up a glass of water for me. Okay. Tusi, do you have any question? Or?
No, that is regarding the MEP, that
Hmm.
electrical one. Usually in the CAD, what we have, all the floors are in one drawings. That is first floor, second floor, third floor, like that. But if we
Okay.
need to divide into floor wise, that is that when we upload the CAD drawing, it will show the 10 floors in one CAD drawing
Yeah, that's the model.
model. Yes, that is model. We
So
need
when you
the
select, when you first upload the drawing, you can select model or
layouts.
layout. You can go layout wise. Then you can assign the zones if you want. So zoning can be still applied. And then you can say electrical, ground floor electrical, first floor electrical, whatever number of floors you can save. Yeah. If you
Yes,
see the
yes.
model. Otherwise, sorry, the layout. Layout you can have, which one you are talking about, Tusit?
No,
Which
usually
drawing?
in the,
Usually, yeah,
not
yeah, okay.
yes, in our
Usually,
usual
when
one.
when you get your drawing, yes, you will have so many drawings on the
In
same
one
AutoCAD file.
yes.
So when you first add, you have to make sure like it's like this. Okay, I'll show you. Okay, good that you have raised this. It's like this. I'll go to is this one here. It's like this, yes. Correct?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. So what the mistake I have done here is not a mistake. It all depends on how you want to plan your measurements. Now, if you want to have like zoning, like what you did in civils, you can have zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, and so on. Zone wise, if you want, you can add one by one. Right? When you first, I'll show you how to add this one again. Okay, drawing. If this is zip visually electrical, let me check. Add. You see what happens. Do we have here? Right. Same situation, if you can remember when you have multiple PDF sheets, it is asking you which one you want, right? You can add one by one. The other one is, of course, I don't have that AutoCAD drawing with me here, this drawing, right? Okay, let me take any here, electrical drawing here. Okay, I use one of them. Yeah. Uh, maybe this one, okay? Let me
Yes.
open that one, okay? Here, drawings, add, and drawing. Add, wait, or this one, yes. Now, which one you want? Now I have
Yes.
selected the model. That's why I've got all of them in one thing.
Before I have
Oh,
not seen this selection because we
okay.
have added single drawings, right?
No, actually, I have explained this one at the very beginning. I maybe on the first day or second day, I have explained this. how to
Okay,
add
sometime I forget.
multiple drawings one by one, or you can add the model, entire model like this, and then you can start measuring. I always prefer to go like, this way, one by one, because you can then assign zones and then segregate the quantities level wise if you want. Or otherwise, you
Yes.
can just, I mean, counting purposes, I don't mind if you even add the entire model and then start counting from there, because it will be faster, right? If you need a
Yes.
breakdown of each level, of course, then you have to do one by one, and then you have to count one by one also according to the zones that you have created. I have explained you how to create zones.
Yes.
Okay, right. So I hope it is understood now. So I'm
Yes.
not going to
Yes.
do that again. Good. Okay.
Okay.
Right. And we were going to measure now pipes. Okay. Now I'll take only maybe small pipeline to measure. I will measure this pipeline and probably this pipeline. This is 50 millimeter cold water pipe, right? And it's going down. You can see, oh, it's going down because this is the tank, water tank of the roof, or you can say overhead water tank. And this is the distribution system from the overhead tank to the respective areas. Okay, and then you have booster pump system. Those are numbers anyway. So what is important is now to measure the valves also numbers. That's no issue. Diameter wise, you can create dimension groups and then count the numbers. And then here, what is important is to measure the pipelines, okay, lengths. So I will take two pipelines. I'm not going to take the long one. I'll take, let's say 50 millimeter pipeline here. I just wanted to show you how to measure the pipeline, because this pipeline, uh, yeah, if you see, this is a GRP water tank, right? And then from the GRP water tank, you can see this is okay. This is for 50 millimeter cold water return from below to low level or whatever. Okay, let me understand what that. And then this line here from below. Okay, from below to maybe roof level. 40 millimeter cold water supply to below. And then here this one 50 millimeter cold water pipe at lower level maybe. Yeah. Okay. So you have the pipe, and then there'll be outlet going down to the other floors. Okay, and then there'll be a supply line. You all know there should be a supply line to the overhead tank from below. Uh, this could be this. Yeah, that is also to below. Okay, 32 cold water return to below. There should be supply line somewhere. Anyway, you know what is supply line, what is the distribution line. Okay, there should be a supply line coming from the water main. Let's say if it is in Sri Lanka, it will be from the water board or maybe from a sump, underground sump to the overhead tank, right? You know how to read the drawings, so I don't have to explain how to read the drawings. And then, of course, once it reaches the overhead tank, probably on the roof, right, then it gets distributed through the gravity. So that's how it works in most of the cases. Sometimes you have booster pumps, because if the pressure is not enough, you have the booster pumps so that it will increase the pressure. because height may not be enough to get the gravity, enough pressure from the gravity flow. Right, so that is how, so you know the system you should understand, and then measurement will take place afterwards. Right, so I'll measure this pipeline and this pipeline under this exercise. Right, so let us create a dimension group now. Since we have added this, now we have to create a dimension group called, let's say, 50 millimeter pipe. Okay. Yeah. Dimension and dimension. Let's say 50 millimeter dia. Cold water supply, right? Cold water supply. Horizontal. I put horizontal pipes because vertical pipes I will show you how to measure. And I measure it as length. I'm going to measure 50 millimeter dia cold water supply horizontal pipes. And say insert. Okay, so it has to be 50 millimeter dia cold water supply. Can you also create a dimension group like this? If you are measuring a bathroom, it has to be whatever the diameter that you are going to measure. So you have to create dimension groups accordingly, diameter wise. And horizontal separately, vertical separately. I will show you why. Right, so I'll insert here. Right, so let's say I'm going to measure this line, okay, and this line going down. This is, let's say this is the distribution line, okay, one of the distribution line. And if you have separate specification, you have to measure, let's say, cold water supply, UPVC or PPR separately. So according to the specification, you have to plan your measurements. You can't add apple and banana, correct? Right. So let's say this pipe is going down, this one. Right. So normally, how do you measure the pipelines? Through the center lines, correct? And also according to method of measurement, we all know that more than 63 diameter pipes, you have to measure the fittings as well, right? So this is less than 50, so you don't measure the fittings. So you have to measure through the fittings, right? Now we are going to measure this pipeline. How? Using either point mode or line mode. So let us use first point mode, and I will tell you, okay, line mode I will show you first, okay, and then point mode. Right, everyone has added this dimension group now. I did a mistake, okay, I have created within the small power. Now I'm going to delete this. I want to change to another folder called cold water supply. I did a mistake, or change folder, let's do that. Folder, there's no folder I have created. I can't do that because I need to create a new folder anyway. So I'll delete this. I'll create another one, dimension at dimension group, 50 millimeter dia, cold water supply, as I said, horizontal. Okay, folder, I have made a mistake there. I'll say plumbing, not plumbing. let's say cold water supply, finish. And here count, sorry, length. That's it. Now you can see I have created a separate folder for cold water supply, and I'm going to measure the length now. Using the point mode, or length mode. Let's start with length mode. I want to show you some difference. If you measure the length mode in the center line, so you select this one, right? Right. And then you select this one because center line is given. And you select this one and this one. And that is the length. That is the length you get. And you get about, you can see if you get the addition, you get about 4.7 length here. Yeah, 4.38 you can see here on the yellow box. So that is your length. If you put length mode. Just check everyone is getting about 4.38. Only this pipeline. But now you can see there's a small issue here because we have not. So when you measure the pipe from the line mode, you can see some of the curvatures are not captured. This length has not come into the measurements. And also there are certain things now, for example, when you do AutoCAD, right, this pipeline is going underneath these two pipelines. So that part has also not come. It doesn't show this as a continuation pipe because that is how it is drawn. But as a quantity survey, you cannot rely on that because you need to take a continuous pipe because these two pipes are on top of this pipe. So length mode, you have some issues now, you can see. And it has to be up to the center line here because this is the down, this is the vertical pipe. Right, so I would recommend not to use the length mode when you measure the pipeline. Right, you can use the line mode, point mode. So I'll remove this one now. And you know the deficiencies, you know the shortcomings. Some of the lengths, of course, this is not a big length, right? These are 50 millimeter, 50 millimeter. And then this curvature may be another 75 or whatever. So it's not a big, like it's not going off too much. But still, you know, the quantities will be slightly less. So you need to, those are practical issues. So can you try this one with length mode first? And then I'll show you how to do the point mode. Right, so you get about 4 point something, 4.38. Now you can see we are measuring, okay, this, let's say this is some sort of fitting or maybe vertical pipe here. Right, so I'm going to disregard this measurement. How? Go to the breakdown and delete them without deleting the entire dimension group, right? So remember the figure, we had 4.38. Right now, I'm going to do it with the point mode. Right, again, the same quantity. Right now, point mode can be very accurate. Now from here, sorry. Now you can see point mode, right? You can pick up to this point. And then you can use the control key to get the curvature if you want, right? Control key, you can get the curvature. Press the control key and just click. And then you can use up to this point directly. But I did a mistake. Here we go. Now see it comes as a single length of 4.77. You can see here it's not 5, it is 4.77. Now you can see that is more accurate than the previous one because there's no deduction for the pipelines because of AutoCAD issue. Because we know this pipeline is continuous and then it goes underneath of these two pipelines, horizontal ones. So this one is accurate now. And that is your 50 millimeter diameter cold water pipe. Okay, one item. Then the second one is this. So we'll measure this as well because that is also 50 millimeter. You can see this is 50. So I'm going to measure that as well as 50. So I'm going to add to that. I'm in the same one. And I'm going to measure from here. Right. Come up to here and then use the control. Press the control. And then just click. Right. And then you see the blue dot. You have to keep this blue dot here and click. And you can just continue. You can just continue until you get the next curvature and then use the control key again. And then use you just measure the continuous line now. Or if you want, you can stop here and you can continue. You can do another one. Sorry. And it can go up to this point. Right, you can see it is a single now. It's a single measurement. It comes as a single measurement. You can see 12 millimeter. If you want to see the breakdown here, it's one is 4.77. This one, the other one is 7.7. And I've taken the length of the center line of that pipeline. Right. For curvature, we are using control click, and you can just continue with the measurement until the end. If you want, you can, otherwise you can just stop and then start as a separate unit. So there will be a separate dimension for that. That is also possible. So it's not necessarily the case that you need to make it as a continuous pipeline. So you can convert this one into maybe 3 or 4 lines. If I can I show you that one as well? I'll measure this one again. I'll measure this one again. And I'm going to measure again this pipeline, okay? That's right. Let's say from here to here, and then control curvature. And I can stop here, I can enter now, right? I can enter. Now I can see this part. Okay, now I'm going to do it again from here. Again, I start this. Sorry. Point mode. Control for the curvature. And you can go up to that. Enter. And you can see now this has, okay, this has come as a single unit, okay? Right. Now you can measure if you want to measure that length, you can do that. Sorry. So when you have this line coincided with this will continue as a single unit. That is the issue. But when you click on this, it will continue from the previous dimension. You can see here. Or if you say control, if you use control key, then it can go up to this point and say enter. I have not selected that. Let me do it again. Normally, when you have a bend, it's always better. When you have a bend, especially, you can do it as a continuous measurement. Right, and then use the control. This part has not been captured. Okay, so I do it again from here to here. Yeah. So it comes as a single thing. When you have curvature, always use the control and click. Yeah, 7.7. Can you remember we measured the block work also same way? When you measure the length, because the height is given, you can use curvature also. Idea of having, okay, if you are doing line mode, you can always check or break into small pieces. You should get about 12 meters. Are you getting 12 meters? Good. Right. Now you have to measure the verticals, correct? You have to measure the vertical. Let's say this pipe is going to the first floor and the blue pipe is going to the ground floor. Let's assume, okay, from the roof level. Now you have to measure this vertical separately. Right? That's how you do always. Horizontal you can always measure from the plan. Vertical is the issue. That's why we have created a horizontal pipeline separately. And we can create another one called vertical of the same diameter. It is a continuation because we need to capture the verticals. How do you do that? You can take a copy of this now, the vertical. Okay. Copy, and say vertical. Right, call water supply again, and I say okay, but only thing is I need to change something very interesting here. How do you measure verticals? Because you can't measure a height from the AutoCAD drawing. You can measure the plan, you cannot measure the height. Right? This is very important. You need to remember measurement type, you have to be count. You must be wondering how the measurement type of a vertical pipe can be count. But the default display is in meters. I will show you how to do that, okay? This is very important. Length. Again, measurement type, I will make as count. But I need the display in length because I need to measure in meters at the end of the day. But verticals, I'm going to count how many verticals. And then I want to get the vertical length as at the final as a length. So remember, when you measure verticals of anything, it could be plumbing, it could be rainwater, it could be drainage, it could be hot water, it could be cold water. This is the trick. This is the plan. The technique is measurement type you mention as count as vertical, but you need the the display in length. Now you have to change the height. You have to assign a height because you are going to count how many verticals and then multiply it by this default height to get the vertical pipes. Let's say default height uh, let's say about 4 meter, 4 meter, like 3.5, 3 point, okay, 4 meter, 4 meter, 4.5, 4.5, let's say about default height, let's say 9 meters, because I assume both the pipes are going to the ground floor. Okay, I'll show you how to change it. That is not the case. Default height is 9 meters. So 9 meter will be applicable to both. Right. Now, default height, let's say for both verticals, I put as 9 and I will go to update. Fine. Applicable to, yeah, default height. Yes, I said yes. Now, you are going to measure the vertical pipes. How many vertical pipes are there? 1, 2. These are the pipes we have measured, this one and then this one. So for that, only those two I'm going to measure. So vertical only here and here. You can see when I click, it will give you length of 9 meters, height 9 meters. You can see 18 meters. I have only counted, that's all. Correct? And if you go to dimensions, you can see 9 meter, 9 meter. But now you know, right? 1 is not 9 meter, correct? 1 is not 9 meters. So you can change the height. When you create the dimension group, you say both are 9 meters. And then you counted two numbers. That's why you have 18 meters. Now you know one is not going to the ground floor. One is going to, let's say, first floor. And I want to change it. Right? Let's say this one, second one. Okay. So go to the dimension. We all know that. You can change the height from here. Right? Default height you can change. Or otherwise use default height or change it to, let's say, 5 meter or 4.5. Now you can see it is 14 meters because this pipe doesn't go to the ground floor and it goes, so this one, it goes to the first floor. Therefore, I change the height of that vertical pipe to 4.5, whereas the other one is 9. That's how you do the adjustments for the vertical pipe. So this can be applicable to any air conditioning ducts, any other pipes, right? Vertical, when you measure, normally also when you do manually also, you measure the vertical separately, correct? If it is a duct, you give the duct sides and then measure the vertical separately because from the plan, you can measure all the horizontal pipes or horizontal ducts. But vertical pipes, of course, normally vertical pipes will run in a duct. Okay, so you know how many number of verticals, but the height may be changing from one position to another position. You can adjust the height later on. You introduce common height at the beginning and then individually you can adjust the height. Is that clear? And you get your pipes quantities like this. And the trick is, the technique is vertical pipes. When you create dimension group, remember this very well. Sorry, vertical pipes, not horizontal. When you create dimension group, you have to count as a, sorry, you have to, measurement type should be selected as a count because you are going to how many numbers of vertical pipes, correct? Default display should be length. In that case, you have to define your height. So initially you define a common height, and then when you measure the heights, the vertical pipes, then you can change individual vertical heights. How? You go to the dimensions, and then if you have to change the vertical heights here, you double click and change the vertical height here. Then you get the appropriate quantity. Right? Can you measure that? So with that, you complete the pipe measurements. I'm not going to show you how to do the valves. Valve is counting, we all know. But again, diameter wise, you have to count. You have to be very careful because there's no symbol as such. Right? Sometimes you have to manually count the isolation valves and all the other types of valves. Right? Then you have to create dimension group for each valve diameter wise. 50 millimeter dia IV, 50 millimeter dia another valve, 50 millimeter dia another type of valve. Right? So all the valves but diameter wise. So you have to create a dimension group separate. And again, you can create a dimension group for another diameters. Right? 25 millimeter isolation valve, 25 millimeter butterfly valves or whatever. So according to the drawing legend, you have to measure, but the problem is you can't do kind of a bulk counting or auto counting because isolation valves are segregated into diameters. And you don't have a different symbol for those. You have single symbol, but the problem is you have to find out the diameter from the pipeline. So you need to be careful. You as a quantity surveyor should know all these things. So auto count will not work with plumbing items. I mean valves and other accessories because of the diameter thing. Right? Can you get 14 meters? Right. Now you must be asking, okay, like fittings also same way. You have to create, if you have to measure the fittings, either you can use isometric diagrams or maybe plan to find out all the fittings above 63 millimeter diameter. But in most of the BOQs nowadays, if you refer to the pricing preamble, the fittings also included, irrespective of the diameter. So I mean, it is the contractor's responsibility to include those fittings in their rate breakdowns of the pipes. If we have to measure the fittings more than 60 millimeter diameter, then you have to measure the fittings. Then you have to create a dimension group for each fitting. Let's say 90-degree bent, 50 millimeter dia, 90-degree bent, 40 millimeter dia, right? 45 millimeter bent, sorry, 45-degree bent, and then you have T. You have so many accessories, right? You have reducers, you have T-sockets, you have bends. Bends you have 90-degree and different 120, you have 45-degree and so on. Especially when you work with external water pipelines, right? Those are very important because those are bigger diameters, not small diameters, and they are very expensive. So the fittings, counting fitting is very essential. When you have bigger diameters, you don't normally find it in buildings. In infrastructure works, of course, yes, you have huge, and sometimes they are cast iron, they are HDP fittings, which are massive, expensive, right? So you need to count the numbers based on the diameters, and then manually, possibly, either from longitudinal sections or LS, or maybe from a isometric view, isometric diagrams or schematic diagrams, whatever, right? You have to just do a count because you can't do an auto count based on the symbols, because all the values will be captured automatically, irrespective of the diameter in that case. Right. Now, you must be wondering, okay, how to measure AC? How to measure AC? Now, any pipeline you can measure in this method. But at the same time, this is just quantity serving, right? We know when you measure pipelines in a toilet, right? There are standard drawings that are available. Let me show you. That you need to be careful with. You should have a good knowledge when you measure, especially plumbing and water supply. Right? You should have this kind of standard drawing. Right? You know, okay, this is soap dispenser, standard heights, toilet paper holder, normal standard size. This could be slightly different from country to country, but it cannot deviate much. But if you take uh, let's say it's a pedestal type wash basin, so it will be approximately 800 millimeter. So you need to check your isometric schematic diagram to see how the pipeline will come from the ceiling. Sometimes it comes from the ceiling to the bottom level and then go up. Sometimes it drops down from the ceiling and then distribute to each one. So it depends on the design. Um, and you need to know where the shower or what is the shower height, right? All these are standard. So there will be like standard drawings like this. So your length has to be changed accordingly, especially for vertical pipes. When you measure the bathrooms, you need to be very careful, right? You need to understand from your schematic diagrams how the pipes will be dropped down from the ceiling, and then measure your vertical pipes accordingly. Horizontal, there's no issue at all, right? You can just measure from the plan like what we did here. right? That won't be a problem for a bathroom or anywhere. Horizontal. Verticals, you need to be careful. You need to go for the standard details because from, let's say if you have to give a water supply to a wash basin, you need to understand the pipe will come from the ceiling level to the wash basin level, right? And if it is a shower, what is the inlet point and what point you have to feed the shower, right? So what is the drop down length, the vertical length? So each one you need to be very careful because it depends. For a WC, it's a different height. Because if you see these standard drawings, now you will realize the water supply will be from somewhere here, right? And for a wash basin, it will be slightly higher. And if it is a water heater, it will be different. So likewise, you need to understand the standard details as to how you should provide uh, the cold water supply from. And it is also same for the drainage, right? We know there will be a drainage pipe from the sink to the nearby gully track. So the horizontal pipes can be properly measured from the plan. But the verticals, again, you need to be careful. You need to refer to these standard drawings and then you have to add those vertical dimensions separately as I have shown you here. Right? You need to define vertical height separately, right? One by one, right? Because this vertical is not same as this vertical. You need to adjust separately depending on what you measure, right? So that's about pipeline. Air conditioning. Now let's say you have an air conditioning. I think I have not given that drawing. Let me. Yeah. Can I drop this one to your group, WhatsApp group? This drawing you don't have it, so download from the chat WhatsApp group now. Right, I'm going to add that drawing now here. And probably I will have to stop there because we are running late otherwise. So let us add that drawing. I'll give you some sort of understanding how to measure, that's all. And we'll stop there and then we'll continue from the next week. Okay, so let me add that drawing. How? Drawings, add drawing. It is you can download from the WhatsApp group and add this drawing as AC. Yeah, here we go. It's a PDF drawing, by the way. let's say HVAC. Is one of our project. So MVAC drawing, let's say MVAC drawing PDF. In meters, folder call not furniture, let's say AC. Now you can see a folder has been created called AC, air conditioning, and I have stored that drawing here. So it's a portrait drawing, and you can see I'm not going to count anything. Now counting I have already explained. So whatever the counting, if you have SAG, right, supplier grill, you can just count on the PDF. And now we are going to measure the ductwork. Right. How to measure ductwork? Today I will explain you a very primary method, like what you do in Excel, but there's an advanced method for you to measure that I will have to explain maybe during the last day. There's something called extended properties. So whenever I explain that extended properties, I should be able to explain that. We can introduce some equation to CostX. Now what we can do is, let's say because based on the material, let's say these are GI ducts, and based on the size, we can measure the linear meter length. And we know the size 200 by 300, and then we can measure the length. If you know the length, you can convert into square meter area. Correct? So what you need to do is, let's say we create a dimension, a new dimension called let's say 300 by 200, right? Anyway, millimeters, right? GI ducts. Let's say supply air ducts. Right? You can say horizontal if you want, because vertical also we have to measure. 300 by 200 GI supply air ducts horizontal. And then what you want is measurement type now. Since you know the cross section, we need in meters length. Ideally, you want the square meters of the duct area. Correct? The girth and then multiplied by length, you need that. But the problem is at the moment we don't have that knowledge to introduce an equation. But I will explain it again. So this is a primary way of measuring AC by giving the duct sizes and then the material and then probably supply air or return air. Because sometimes the insulation will be based on the supply or return or exposed ducts. Based on the specification, you have to create dimension groups and make sure those are horizontals. Verticals, we have to measure separately. We all know. Vertical, we measure as a count. Then we have to define the height based on the place. Correct? So measurement type length, default type. Otherwise, you have something called, you can see on this, we have not used any of this. There's something called measured dimensions, custom quantities. I will explain you those things later, right? There you can even introduce, you can see area. Area is a cross-sectional area. We don't need cross-sectional area of a duct. We need the girth. We need the surface area of the duct, correct? We need the surface area of the duct because we want to find out the square meters of GI sheets, or you can convert into kilogram by introducing a constant. let's say 0.2 kilograms per square meter. So you can convert the GI duct square meters into kilograms. So that's how we measure, right? As per the FOMI, it has to be in kilograms. Yes, we have seen some people have measured in square meters. If you know the square meters, converting into kilograms, it's not a big deal, right? So here, remember, you can introduce some equations. You can see there are three dots. There you can introduce some equations. You can say girth into area, girth into length. Girth is a cross-sectional area, right? You have to give a define. You can give a like length plus width into 2. That is the girth, right? That's the perimeter of the cross-section, in other words. Length plus width into 2, correct? Length plus width into 2. I'm talking about this, okay? Yeah, this is a cross-section of a duct. Length plus width. Let's say length is, sorry, width is, let's say, not length. The width is, let's say, 600 and the height is 200. That's 600 by 200. So 600 plus 200, 800, 800 into 2. You get the perimeter of the cross section and then multiplied by length. Correct? Multiplied by length. This is how it should be, right? You have the perimeter of the cross section and multiplied by the length. You get the surface area. So you can introduce that equation here. Right, I will explain that one later, but for now, if you have to measure the ducts, so what you need to do is you have to create a dimension group that we have done already. Yes. No, not yet. Dimension. I have not created that. No. Let us create that. Let's say 300 into 200. I think I did not complete the thing. Let's say GI supply duct horizontal. Right, what you need is measurement type is length for the moment. If you know the length, we know the cross section, then we can convert into surface area at the moment. Okay. Yeah, that's all. Now AC, I have created. Sorry, I didn't change the folder. Change the folder. I don't have AC folder here. Now, again. Right. Folder AC. (300 by 200) GI supply duct horizontal, let's say centimeters. Done. Now you can see I have created air conditioning folder here under dimension groups. and I'm going to measure 300 by 200, this one here. Right, so it's a matter of, measuring the length from here to here, right? You take point mode and here to here, or you can measure including this up to this point, right? You can use this one up to, let's say, this one. Yeah, that's all. Why don't you get the meters? Tell me why. Why didn't we get the amount here? Because we didn't calibrate. And you can see it is in inches. So it's a bit of mess here. Right? First, we need to change it to millimeters, and we need to calibrate this first. And when we calibrate, you get the value. I'm not going to do it again. Next time we will discuss how to how to calibrate this, okay? And then you can measure. The system doesn't identify this one at the moment because we have not calibrated this. Right? I would like you to calibrate this, right? Since you have this, because when I add the drawing, I have added this one as millimeters. Right? Let's quickly measure this one. Remove this one first for the moment. And let us measure a particular distance. And you can see it is coming from meters. So we have a separate method to handle this feet and inches. But for now, I'll convert this one into meters and then calibrate it. So I'll get my measurement in meters, right? So you have to convert this 19 inches and 19 feet and 10 inches into millimeters or meters, and then you have to calibrate. So once it is calibrated, you are ready to measure. Okay? Right. So we'll stop here. And I hope when we come back, you have done your homework here. Okay? And I want you to get the measurement here. Okay, guys, so I'll stop here. So measuring HVAC is not also a problem. The basic method is giving cross-section area and making the length or measuring the length. And items you can always count. That's not a problem. Right, verticals you have to measure separately like what we did in cold water supply here. Vertical we can define the height and then count on numbers. Again, based on the size of the duct. But you don't have to do this because we have something called extended properties where when we measure the area, when we measure the length, it will give you the surface area automatic because we can create an equation within CostX to do that. So that is called extended properties. Right. Good. Any questions before I conclude? All good. And if you have circular ducts, you can say maybe 250 millimeter dia circular ducts. Right, so it all depends on how you create your dimension groups when you measure the air conditioning, especially ductworks. And if you know the area's length, then you can convert into surface area very easily here. But you don't have to do that. I will show you how to do that. That is at the end. But for now, for you to understand I want you to measure one length and see. But since I have given you this drawing with the inches and feet, you need to convert this one into millimeters and then do the calibration. Okay, guys. Right, so I'll stop here and I will see you next week. We might need about 3 more sessions because I have gone into detail sometimes. So I might need more than 25 hours. Okay, so more than maybe 10 days. Right, we are on the 8th day, I think, if I remember correct. So we'll have about 11 or 12 sessions. That's all. And we have so once next week probably we'll have revisioning and comparing, and then we have 3D. Right? Probably we can start 3D next day if everything is fine. Good. Thank you then. Good night to all of you. I'll see you next week. Okay, take care. Bye.